Well, hello there. Let's get squared away, figure out what we're going to do today. Don't think I got an answer. Yeah, no, not yet. Sure they'll get around to me. But we didn't get an answer yet on the context menu stuff, right? But we can kind of push on for now. And decide what to do about that later. So our task in the short term, the next thing, is twofold. Got a couple things to do. First of all, you can scroll wheel up and down, but you can't control or shift or I guess you can control shift to side scroll, but that feels weird. I don't think I have another example of side scrolling. But well, now it's not working. There it goes. Must have been a focus thing. The fact that we can scroll, well, now it's stuck. Something's definitely wonky there. Okay. The fact that we can scroll, yeah, there it goes again. It was fine just a second ago. That's really bizarre. Anywho, the fact that we can do that leads me to believe that we can find some answers about how to drive the scroll by looking at a frame. So in the short term, we need to be able to right click and drag. Right now, it just does that. We'll fix that later. Hopefully. The other thing we gotta do is scroll or sizing for zoom, right? Let's see if we can get the right click moving around working first, because that'll help us to test, is what we thought about yesterday. And I think that's still a good plan. So let's go to map widget and look at frame. Scrolls. This is focus stuff. Scroll. Events.scroll. Scroll delta. Shift or Alt indicates to scroll horizontally. Well, that's not what I observe happening. Let's make sure I'm not crazy. Yeah. Sure isn't. Very confusing, though. Okay. Scroll action delta moves the scroll bar in given dimension by given delta. This, however, slide move for touch stuff as well. Events new scroll. They have a delta. Events previous delta. Betcha this is what we actually want. But we want to be on. Let's get you over here. We're going to want to be on mouse something. What we can do is we can say on the right mouse, it was mouse down. What did we do yesterday? It was this, right? Let's make sure before we get too far into this. Yes. I do have a right click. Of course, that's going to steal. So. That menu is going to interrupt me, but we can for now leave ourselves a note so that we can temporarily turn this off for this job. Okay, I can right click a lot now. We don't get it out of here, only in here. Perfect. And actually, I want to double check. If I'm in between, yeah, it still fires. So. We do that. But what I actually want to do I don't know if I can nest these. Let's find out. Mouse drag. I'm 90% sure I can't do this. What I need to do instead is that here make the parent, which is that. We can do. We'd have to set this up first, but that's. I guess we can do it down here. This is kind of wonky, and I might want to pull this out into a custom widget later. I'm not sure yet. I was going to leave it just as it is because we're really just building a frame, but it might be more correct. We'll have to see. Where is this playing right now? Change that up. Okay, so down here we can say we'll add this styler. How do I get... Maybe it doesn't need to be on this. We know that this gets set, pointer gets set in button, but let's actually just look and see if the docs cover that too. Before we go. Trying to do it the hard way real quick. Widgets. Maybe in concepts. No. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Instead of digging through that, I'm just going to do it this way. We know that in button has things for pointers when they're disabled. Tell me of button. S.cursor equals cursors.pointer. And that is in the styler. Okay. So let's put it down here. Oh, that stalled. Oh, it was a sneeze and it stalled, and it's not good. I tried to get to the mute button in time, and then it stalled. The worst. How about grab? That might just need to be that. So if we do this, is that can we do this? We should also do this for our test to make sure we're doing this correctly or acceptably at the very least. Dragging on, dragging off. Cursor does not seem to be changing though. Maybe because we need to trigger an update. Let's find out. I don't think we want to be doing an update in this case, but as a test, it's fine. So I think an update's going to trigger it to rebuild everything, which we really don't want at this point. Well, that's fun. I just broke all kinds of things. Stack Overflow, right? Because we triggered updates on everything over and over and over, right? It makes sense, right? We absolutely do not want that. Oops, I put you in the wrong place anyway. This shouldn't change anything, but we had a loop going there. Okay, yeah, now it works. It's because I was triggering the update again. I think, so things got weird. But I don't want to rebuild everything when I do this. Do I? We do it on a button. Maybe it's okay. Let's think. Let's do let's do a trace here real quick that says building grid, let's just say. And if it doesn't have to rebuild every single time, we might be okay. If it's smart enough to figure it out. It doesn't. Okay. So it's skipping that, which is perfectly acceptable, right? Okay. Do I like this cursor better? I don't know. Let's find out. Yeah, that's the grabby hand. We'll leave that one for now. Okay, so our state toggle is working. Now, what we want to do is this, I think. Let's get you out of there for now. On our drag, we'll say if we're not dragging, we just return. Very similar to what they do here, right? Where they're saying, hey, if I'm not mobile platform, then yeah, slide move. If we're not mobile, return. This scroll delta is going to be problematic. It's not exposed. It's not exported. Unless there is position scrolls. Scroll values. Update changed. Configure. Let's take a look here. Scroll delta. Do we want to do that? Scrolls out based on given position in scroll coordinates. None of that looks real promising. I guess maybe auto scroll. Good try. Auto scroll. But I don't have a cursor to access there. I do have an event. Position. It's a vector 2. Oh no, sorry, this is image.point. Is there any vector 2 in here? No. But I think we can actually do the toggle in here too. But for now, we'll leave it because we need to make sure that the would it be mouse? Basic mouse events for all mouse events except scroll. Maybe. Position is still that. We have previous position, previous delta, which we did have over here. Scroll delta, but that's not exposed, exported, whatever you want to call it. But I don't think this is actually giving me anything that different, is it? If I take this out, this looks very much the same. Window position. If we do, this takes a vector 2. Let's open this. Take a look from a point. Ah, perfect. Math.vec2 rather from point that. What'll that get me? I wonder. Close. It seems to only be when I get to the edge that it works. And up doesn't seem to work at all. Okay. I have scroll values, which gives me the values. Position scrolls. And a range of scroll bars. Update from geometry. Updates the scroll bar for given dimension. What? Scroll values returns the maximum size that could be scrolled. Okay. So that's not quite the creature I want. Could you scroll to this? Not quite. Imposition and scroll coordinates already subtracting the B-box min for our mouse event. Feels like this should be the answer. What if this is just not the correct event? It's the position. Local position, which is dusted from the window position via sublocal offset. What? Original window-based position in raw display dots where event took place. If I just swapped. Let's see what this does. Whoa, not full screen. Okay. It's still... doesn't seem to like to go backwards. And still requires you to be towards the end, which is not what I want. Could also try this, but here we need a dims. But yo yourself, what's up? I need to... we need to figure out a dims. And I'm not convinced that that's really what I want. Scroll geometry. That's the target position and size of the scroll bars themselves. Seems like this is really what I want. Scroll action delta. Scroll scale. These are scroll bars, though. Scrolls. The which aren't documented in here. I don't think. That's annoying. Set value. NC input. Working on Sunday? Yep. So that's the value up to the slider position. Isn't there something in here? Scroll delta. There was something else in here with an event. That's the auto scroll. Layout auto scroll delay. So this could probably make this feel a little better if we were to set that. Where does this live? System settings. Could I do... Nope. Maybe I'm misremembering. There should be there should be a there's the concept of the app, right? Scene. No? Now, we won't get too tied up in this just yet because we're not quite sure this is really what we want. But given position and scroll coordinates. Auto scroll dim. Where would I set the B-box min, though? And this is all the same, it's just on the X and the Y. Effective max, scroll thumb value. Max invisible window. Okay, so... I really just want to do... You would think that this slide could be used, right? This code is not public, so... The... Like, it looks like they've already done the work I want. But I just can't get to it, which is kind of infuriating. We would have to either... like, hack around it for... this to artificially change our point and then figure out how to make it faster. Dims delta, scroll scale to delta, scroll bar value, could try some of this. Can we... There's a set value. Scroll scale. Just multiplied by the step. Okay, so pretty good. How's you, Yudo? How's your weekend been? Do I have access to... I do have the scrolls. Let's scroll D, which is dimension. This is just a vector 2, though. F del is the scroll event delta. Can we just hook the events here, right here? Events, new scroll, window position, the delta, the modifiers. Okay. Maybe that is our answer. We can do... check, see if the docs hover scroll. Click, double click, hover, long press. Change input, focus, show. Pretty chill week. What are you doing in the Mud Engine right now? I'm trying to get right-clicking to scroll the window, the map window. No scrolling there. Okay. I'm thinking of this. But this we can package up. Okay, so where did that go? I'll scroll. I lost it. Okay, because it's in here. Maybe? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so we can do the same thing here. Del. We can do the same thing they did. We have the previous delta. Negate. Must flip it. So we win a position, the delta. Don't really care about the modifiers just yet, but we'll chuck them in there just to test this. So this, and then we can do the same as we have done in room tile. No, it would be in maybe tile. Drop. It's in room template or room form. Vents drag start. Did to the scene though. There's another way to raise this. It is handle event. I think. Let's try. See where that gets us. Oh. Oh. Oh ho ho. It worked. It's like a little bit of a wonky delay. I don't like that pointer there, but that's fine. We'll fix that later. Is it always that way? I've just not been paying attention? Huh, guess so. Okay. I figure if I'm losing my mind or if there is a delay. I think it's fine. I think it feels pretty decent, actually, all things considered. What we can do here... Actually, we drive this based on this, too. This is probably fine. I was thinking we could put it in here and say, hey, if you have mouse down, then we do this, but... And you're right. But then... I don't think we gain anything, really. We want to have our nice deal there. Let's go ahead and commit this. And let me also do make right click, scroll the map. That. I'll also update them I'll drop some code for them. Okay. So, next we need to figure out zoom. Zoom is going to be tricky because the this is just set to grow and then becomes grow to fit, right? And I don't know what changing the scale of the grid will do in that regard. Let's find out, though. We'll just explore a little. So we have this. And let's just do a quick keycord handler here. How is it that we do? Back to the docs. Event. Key events, key cord. That's not quite what I want. New button. That's the set text for a button. Is it in here? Key. On key cord. The event has the key cord in it if is I've only been up 2 minutes. That's not true. Did my Twitch fall over again? Yeah, it looks like it did. Oh, Twitch, what are we gonna do with you? I even tried turning on, let me make sure it's stuck. I tried turning on the disconnect protection. I guess it is set into low latency mode for some reason. That's not... Yeah, disconnect protection is still turned on. So it's supposed to, like, wait for me to come back when I get a little blip. Yeah, I'll try maybe normal latency mode tomorrow. Let's see. If this is, and we need to figure out and remember, and they do have a hint here, key function, key chord, blah, blah, blah. Key map of might have to go look. Coding for lossy network systems is really hard. I should know it's part of my job. Yes. Streaming in general is kind of just a crazy thing, right? Still kind of a new tech, but the day's all right. Since you have just arrived, we'll share today's big win. This run was commented out. Today's big win is that we now have scrolling. You can grab the map, move yourself around in there with right click, scroll. I'm real happy with that. Right? Okay, so we need to figure out, and we have this in our tiles because they need to handle. I am of secondhand pride. Why, thank you. It turned out to be a little easier than I was fearing. It's just we can run it through the events system. People said fancy things can't be built in this language, right? I don't know who said that, but I'm sure somebody has. Actually, it's not even in here. It's in here when we set you... Or is it? It used to be. It is. This nonsense. That's what I'm looking for. Hey yourself. How's it going? Key chord is that this key is key map of key chord. And then we need to do key map dot a thing. And we'll just do where the hell is the minus? There was this guy, always hates on Go, real Rust fanatic. I forget the name, but he hangs out around here sometimes. I don't remember you ever saying fancy things couldn't be built. Do I know about Vim motions? Nope, I don't use Vim. Where is key map? Let's just do this real quick. I don't want to read the whole thing. There we go. Perfect. That's... Didn't I must have said that Go is best used for certain types of purely network servers? I was amazed how you had that very sure Go. Maybe. There's a plugin for VS Code with Vim Motions. Cool story. This isn't VS Code, and I don't use Vim, so I don't want Vim Motions, right? This doesn't tell me. Like, these are just... if I just want the actual key? I want the key cord. Is it... I guess I could do... this, which is super silly, but besides, Emacs is greater than Vim. If I was to just log... it doesn't. And it's because this doesn't have focus. It's deeply annoying. What if I just wanted a really easy test? Why can't I have that? Let's look with docs again. Keyboard input through a physical virtual keyboard. Cool things? Well, thank you. Go cook me some pasta for dinner. So lurk for about 20 minutes. Nice. You're bringing pasta back for all of us, right? Semantic key function. It's probably because it's a key cord. Maybe. Well, that kind of negates that idea. How about an on first? I don't think I can do that. We would have to... Oops. We'd have to do that. And then C. Oh, I clicked on a thing. I can't click on the thing if I want to test that. Changes focus. So I would just do... No. I got one none out of that, and then focus got yoinked around. Okay. I guess the other thing I could do is try this. I turned those off. I turned it back on. This. Settings. So there is a key event trace. Okay, so looking for a button, it sees a shortcut cord. So this is going to bite me in the exact same way that the other things have. where we filed that bug. Okay. So we're going to have to hook up something else just so that we can try to work on this, right? We can try. Don't know if we have a Zoom event. Well, I know we have a Zoom event. I don't know if it's documented. Or if we can do this, really. I guess I closed that. Um, Advance. I think it might actually be a key cord, though. Now that I'm remembering, we just need to. That is fine, I think, for this test. If we go in here, and if I do Control Shift, no. It's Control Shift plus. That just gives me, okay. Yeah, it still didn't come in here because that is a key cord, so it had to be a different thing. I also need to do this real quick before I forget. I need to turn context menus back on and turn off my key event tracing, otherwise it's going to be in my logs forever making a mess. Settings. That. Okay. Because it's not getting key events. That's fine. Oops. On events dot, or actually there might be a helper. On Zoom? No. Okay. I would need to. Where do we know of Zoom existing? Everything zooms when we use the default. So that's going to be on the scene, but everything being able to do it implies that Frame should, either Frame or Widget Base should know how to do it. Can we just zoom? No. No zoom here either. Okay, it goes back to Frame. Let's take a look. Where would I find? Let me double check also. This has been briefly discussed, I think. Yeah, this guy was talking about it. Um, Open the settings to set the zoom to anything. This guy doesn't seem to actually have it working. Okay. Double check another. Coordinate appearance settings.zoom is a thing. Looks like, but it doesn't really help me. Okay. Gonna be kind of on our own here. That's fine. Remains my biggest gripe with this framework is the lack of docs or incompleteness of docs. Okay, so let's turn this back off or on, I guess you might say. And we're going to have a look and see if we can pull settings, debug, vent trace. So very noisy, but Alt Shift plus. Got a vent key cord, yeah. Change got fired. Show got fired. But not any event. That's not encouraging. Reset that. Problematic that. See a bunch of key ups as well, but not... not anything that immediately calls out to zoom. So it has to be handled in the scene level, which we don't really want, right? But if we have... Mouse up, mouse up, mouse up. Key up, left control. Mods is control plus. Key up, left shift. Mods control plus shift plus. Hyphen minus. Control shift plus hyphen minus. So if we get, can we just trigger on? Key up, throw the func in here. Let's get rid of this real quick. We can say if key code probably have to do the same thing though for because this comes from the event that gets fired. Can we do this? Because whatever decided you needed to listen to a key chord didn't decide to include you, but no, you're not listening at all. And that goes crazy. Cool, 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 cool. So you can't hear that at all. The other thing we could try doing we can hear mouse buttons. What if we did mouse up, Sorry, no. That's not correct. Mouse scroll this if... Oh, wait. I listen to scroll. Frame does... Oops. Frame does listen to scrolls. You open close tab. Back over here. Because that's how it scrolls things. Keycord. Key map. Events.scroll. If all modifiers or any modifiers. All of the given modifiers were set. Modifier. They do this as well because they check for the direction of scroll, right? It's in scroll delta. So it's key, okay. Key dot control, let's say. And then we want to know if you're a mouse scroll. We need to how do you the delta let's do this won't work because we need to be vector to an untyped int. Can't do that because there's okay. Scroll action delta. What do? You take the delta, which is a float. Ah. FDel dot. Okay. Let's actually just print these real quick. Because I don't really know what this looks like internally, right? But if we can get some kind of clue, oh my gosh. It is, it's set to tiny. More bigger, please. Reset. Thank you. The heck is going on there? Everything's broken. That's fine. So, control and scroll is not... It's getting intercepted by that. Let's do an on first. So it doesn't get intercepted by the scrolling logic. Hi, I haven't seen you all. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing all right. How about you, Anu? Any news on your applications there? Still not there. Okay. Or it's also possible I'm not getting it at all, or my Delio isn't working. My conditionals. Okay, so we get to scroll delta. Salute to your mud dedication. Why, thank you. So it is a scroll event, but I don't see the modifier, which is annoying. Our delta is on the Y. And I bet you it's because of the inability to detect a key press, because focus, that we're not getting that. Might also explain why the default X scrolling doesn't work. It's not getting the mod. Actually, the other thing I could check is right control. Still no mods, just deltas. Okay. Could do one other thing. Just getting control shift. Okay, shift plus. It only works with 2. What? Why do you only work with 2 keys held? That makes none sense. If I do control shift, then everything works. Okay. So this is like wrong, but like if it works, it works, right? If this is the case, then we do, let's do a constant map size step, let's say. And we'll call you can't be a constant because I bet you it's going to want me to give it a units. This will be, we'll just call you 50. How about? Doing well, no news for now. Currently focused on my university exams. Gotcha. That's probably a good thing. The focusing, that is. If you're greater than 0, it's positive. We want to say width full plus equals map size step. Can I not do that with not define a value? Okay. I would need to do this. I think. Yes. Okay. And if it's less, let's try the same thing. But it is minus. Oh, we also need to do here the height. Let's just see. Oops, nope. And we'll set handled here and trigger an update. Let's see if this works at all or if it's insane. So control shift because weirdness, nothing. And it's because this doesn't get rerun. Ever thought about creating content, posting it on YouTube instead of streaming? I think it'd be a great way for you to track more viewers. Maybe. The problem is that I needed that drink of water badly. But also, I don't know that I want to spend time creating videos as opposed to creating things, right? So that's kind of what stopped me thus far. Do you have a suggestion for something that you think I should create if I was to go down that route? Um, this might be problematic. It's because this doesn't get rerun. We proved that earlier, that when we that when we call update on this, it doesn't actually run this whole thing again, right? Because this is all just like in the init, and this isn't a custom widget yet. Which it might have to be. So we see building grid one time. And if I try to scroll around, we see control as the mod. We see the scroll. We see no building grid. And because they haven't been actually recreated with this new information, they don't get changed, which makes sense, right? No, I'm not sure if we really want to rebuild everything on an update either. I guess we could try... something like participating in game jams, sharing updates on your game engine, and showcasing the features you're implementing, the whole journey of it. I mean, yeah, maybe. I would have to participate in a game jam for that, and I'm not a game developer. I'm not sure about the updates. Maybe I could do like a devlog thing, but that becomes fraught with... like, I've been working on the editor here for a month now. It's longer than I hoped, but, you know, a lot of different moving pieces to learn and build. So if I was to commit to like a monthly devlog or something, like, there'd be times when the answer is, I'm just working on it. And because this... I guess we could do an updater that would just set sizes. Would it... okay. I have set dimensions. If it's stupid and it works, then it's not stupid, right? I would need to... alright, you are just a funk in here, I think. This should be view grid, though. No. View grid, which is view grid dot grid. So it'd be grid, and then that, except for this. Right. Silly me. That. Focusing on multiple things is hard. Yeah. I wish I could master multiple forms of art and programming. Right. I would love to know all the things right now. Right. But it's very much a case of time and effort. Right. So this is all interfaces. We would need to say this tile is the view grid at I, J, and then if it is a connection tile, forgot my if, that'll help, then set dimensions to the new stuff, call update. Otherwise, if it is room tile, it has the same thing, but we might be able to clean this up a little bit later. I just want to know how much of a stupid idea this is. If I did that, and then this can go back off for now. Call update after. That was some good basil pesto. Nice. If I was to run that, kind of is the answer. My my ratios get messed up, and that's because the room tiles takes a long time too. The room tiles, they're a button, and they don't want to grow or shrink rather smaller than their text. And that kind of breaks all the scaling of everything. And it's really slow. Yeah. I've seen worse. Hello, I've given this idea a go. Heh, nice. Lately myself, what are you using for the GUI? Cogent. I will drop you. This in chat. There's their site with the docs and everything on it, and they got a link to their GitHub above. And given that they just flat out don't support zooming in any other way, maybe this is the answer. The timing of this, maybe we can refine a little bit. We would have to do... I don't know if we want to put this on update or in its own function, right? We'd have to fix our scaling, but that's okay. Probably. Anyway. The... Not sure how we would do this to get some of the update noise down, right? Because currently if you roll, well, it might, the framework might sort it out. We could... just do... resize tiles. That's all we need to call it. And then this all comes in because all of this is just hanging off of the struct. Nice and neat like so. We just take you out and then instead of this it's resize tiles. Aside from the fact that my scaling isn't quite right, and my scrolling gets stuck. Let's do... Well, actually, I don't want to do that. What if we don't do this update? we just do at the end an update. That way it does all the work, does a single update. Well, that's way snappier. Yeah. We need to clamp this to a min and a max, but why are you not? Okay, things got broken, probably because I scrolled too far. We're on to something here, though. Okay. We could also do maybe a little bit of cleaning up on the view grid to say, to skip the asserting, right? I think we'd also do something here. Can I do... could call you that, and then next size step is don't really want to mess with floats here. Don't think. I could do that. Then I don't have to do this. Oh, I named it map the first time. Whoops. That actually, that makes sense actually, because it isn't a max, it is a size step. Okay, so they're float 32s and they're its. So I do have to have this be a float. I think. But I need to say it's a float 32 specifically. That would take care of that. Is there a... way to clamp this down to positive or negative. Without doing two comparisons, right? Here's a proposal for clamp. Was declined. Okay. Looks like we have a max. Go away. But this rings a bell. I feel like I've used... I feel like I've used this before. You still have to search your mouse scroll. Or do we? Does this also live in just a regular event? No. So we still have to assert that, which is probably fine. I32 has a max. Larger of X or Y. Okay. And do we have a min? We do. But that still doesn't help us. We have a clamp. Provided closed interval. Doesn't really help me understand it, but let's do it. Let's try it. Let's just call you delta. Clamp asserted delta y to that. Just print you out and make sure that I'm thinking correctly here. What's a mud game? Multi-user dungeon. If I... only see, oh, I saw a negative there. But I don't see negatives as much as I expect. Oh, is it because I did... Is it low and then high? Probably. Actually, I don't know. So this will clamp it, but... It won't, if we did that. The default is minus 40 and 40. But I'm thinking that we don't want it to be that. Although I could, I guess, min. That's negative. That's positive. Which is correct. But I don't think clamp is what I want here, really. Maybe we just leave it like that until I can think of a better way. Guess we can continue. I don't think it really matters. No, I can't do that because we need to set handle resize. I guess we can else if this. Seems messy. Seems like there should be a nicer way to do it, but it's fine for now. What was changed about you? Right, we changed the names. Um, the other thing we want to be careful about if we decide to do this. Well, before I get distracted with that, what I want to do is have a minimum on these guys. I want to do it that way. So I can. Okay, is there a way I can tell? We need to turn off that real quick to test. Trying to figure out what like a sane default might look like. This is actually backwards. If we look at like this, what would be the size of this guy, for example? Styles. Gap. You're just set to grow, though you don't have. I'll have to take a look at that a bit as well. Dig in a little further. Yeah, this is just all. What if we made this down to 25? And then this was 25. And we said 200 was the max, let's say, just for fun. This we need to flip-flop. No. Scrolling up should zoom in. Let's make sure that's correct. It's not. That's out for sure. There we go. Better. This needs to be. We also need. It should be height. And then here we need to say, let's do pretty decent. How are you, Misha? Let's see here. We would need to, but we can't compare. So let's not do this in units. Well, kind of want to, right? That standardizes it. the value just pulls the value out of it. But yeah, we don't need to have this stored as this because we can't use any comparison convenience on it. They don't exist, right? So let's just leave them. I started learning Go recently. It's currently making me go a bit insane. So I was wondering if I could ask you a question or two. Sure. Doing the same in Node at the moment. It's a crazy challenge, but fun. Good luck. Hey, thanks. I agree. It is challenging, but also fun. Up here, we're going to do... So we're going to say... that makes sense to use the same step. I want to do something else with maybe we don't want a plus. We want to make this like a percentage. We'll leave this for now, but I'm not convinced this is the right answer. If new width is less than or equal to max tile width and new height less than or equal to max tile height, then we can do new width, new height, except for these are not floats. Which we need because that's what the values are stored as. And we do the same thing here, except this check. For one, we also subtract here. This check needs to be new width greater than or equal to the min. Then we can new width, new height. That'll keep us from actually, we want to make sure we only want to fire this in cases where this is the case. So let's do the resizing in here. Not out here. Set handled always, though. So I was trying to read something from a text file, just a couple of numbers, so I looked up how to do that. Found out one option is I have is to use a scanner, so I figured I'd look up the doc for scanner, found a new scanner function that needs an IO reader. Okay, I guess. So go to the reader doc. So the reader's an interface that has read function, so I need to look for something that has the read function. I get that. How do you actually find something that has that function? Let's go look. We want scanner. Pull up the package. Just make sure nothing horrible comes up in my search. Safe search is on, but you never know. Okay, so we have a scanner. You init it with these things. You get scan, new scanner. This is probably not the thing then, because this looks different than what you're saying. Do you have a link to the scanner you're using, the documentation? Buff.io scanner, okay. Buff.io scanner, new scanner. So, IO reader is an interface. It's a thing that has read on it. We look in here. They don't give you a whole lot of hints, do they? But in here, nope, doesn't have one there. I'm pretty sure I know the answer to the question, but how do we get there from here is a really good question. And we have read all. But you're using where did I go? New scanner. Where did you go? Here you are. Scanner. Example. Here we go. Here we go. To be honest, I just asked ChatGPT, but I don't really want to be a vibe coder. Right. That's why we're going through this instead of just trying the answers, right? Like to understand how this works, but this really scares me from learning language. I don't know how to come up with stuff like this on my own, right? So here we got, so this is a scanner. This is in the Buff.io docs, right? So, reading data such as a file of new line delimited lines of text, right? This one is reading lines from os.standardin. os.standardin is implementing reader because it's something that you can call read on, right? Let's see here. Does this have... This is just scanner. Here you go. New scanner, strings, new reader input, right? So it looks like new reader would call that. But you want it to come from a file, right? If we go look, it will start to click after a bit more experience and a few examples. Don't worry, the confusing part right now is probably that in Go, types can implement interfaces implicitly without that being declared a name. Yes. If we go look at OS Reader, which is what we're probably going to use to read a file, right? That's just like a hunch that we have from experience. If we get and we look in here, in OS, is it not in here? Is it somewhere else? Read file. OS.open, yeah, maybe so. Read file gives us an example. This is going to give us a byte array, though. Yeah, I get the implicit part, I think, at least. I would just like it if there'd be some list, you know, right? The answer was that os.open returns a file, and file is a reader. Yeah. No way I would have gotten there without Jippity. You would have, right? So I've just walked you through my process using no Jippity, right? Because it's doing with a file, we can safely assume that any language that we're working with that is capable of interacting with files, it probably has an OS file or OS something, right? So I was looking at read file, but Ash said open, and you said the same thing. So you could come in here and let's see, OS. Doesn't Go package doc describe implementers of each interface? No, not always. Because I've run into the same problem. Like I feel this pain, right? We're in read file. There's no open in here. Why is there no open in here? OS. Yeah, I got into. Jupyter's telling you doc should have some implemented by list for reader, but I'm pretty sure that this doesn't exist. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that before. It's possible I've been ignorant, you know. Why don't you tell me about open? I'm very confused about that. Grab this. I'm just gonna search OS open. Takes me back here. Open. Here you are. I'm just... Oh, because it's all on the type of file. That's why. So this gives you a pointer of a file and an error. You can see here. We can chase this around. Open file descriptor. I actually really like this implicit implementation technically, but some details would be great. Yes. Yes. It can be hard at first. And even later on when you haven't done it in a hot second, right? So this says it returns a file, which does not say that it implements read directly, but we can see here that it does have a read on it, right? And often I would be, you know, in my IDE exploring that, but you know, we're kind of doing it the really hardcore manual way here. But we see it has read, it returns ints and errors, right? And if we go back and look at where did you go? New scanner. That is not new scanner. IO reader. it needs to take a byte array, return int an error, number of things read and an error. So we can say that this really looks like, this probably implements this interface, right? And if we were to go into our IDE, it would probably help us, right? But that's how I would go about discovering that. I see there's some user-provided tools which do this, but nothing really official. Closest you can get is browse the sources of the Go standard library on the actual Google source code browser. If you click interfaces, it shows you what things implement it. Yeah. GPT also told me to explore stuff like this in your IDE, but how do you like do that? Those words. I use NeoVim, so I don't have the full IDE experience. I can't help you with that. Go to implementation and go to definition, just give me the same stuff as the docs. That's just awful user experience, I guess. Yay, simplicity. Yeah, there is an amount of like, you need to have done that before and know where you're going for that to really be good. But as you get that experience, it becomes easier to deal with, right? So I can't help you with how to set up your NeoVim to do this, but I can do. Oop. I'm in that. Can I just do a scratch file? So if I was in here and I was going to do open foo, I can look at this and I can say, okay, what do you give me back? You give me back a file. Okay, great. And what kind of things do I get? Oh, I can file read, and I know that this is read bytes, error, and then I can handle error. And I'm missing something here. What am I missing? I need to give it a byte array. Right? Oh, I don't need to even do that. I can just do this, I think. Yes. And then I can say, okay, well, if my error isn't nil, do stuff. But then I have bytes, so you can say, new scanner, read bytes, no. This needs a file. So I can get away with doing just that and eliminate all that. And then I can do whatever. I can get the bytes out of it or whatever, right? Not a fan of making the language in the standard lib simple least ways, not like this. I mean, yeah. Not a fan of, I just spent a couple hours figuring this package stuff out. My brain isn't there anymore for today. Once again, you already know OS Open gives you what you need. Right. What if there's an interface foobar? How do you go about finding which types to implement from scratch? Googling, basically. I'm also wondering, good nerds type, right? So Google, basically. Like that's how the easy mode, right? So I would go Golang read from file with scanner, let's just say. Because you said you ended up needing a scanner, or deciding you wanted a scanner. Well, that one doesn't work anymore. And here, let's see, we have read an entire file. So you can go do that. Reading word by word. Here's a new scanner. Scanner split the scan words. Lots of examples there. Golang is a language developed by Google. Maybe they set up the language in a way that makes you use Google a lot on purpose. Maybe. You can also do... So, oops. I mean that again. You can also do. There's an amount of help that your IDE can give you here, right? Where you have a new scanner and this is just docs. You can do you need to go to, see, this is why I always just Google. You need to be able to go to this. And then here, go to implementations, but this isn't really searchable, which is why I don't ever do this, right? Unless it's something within my code, because this is going to give you everything it finds, right? And I don't know if NeoVim supports this kind of thing, but I don't use it anyway, so. You can do the same thing here, I guess, too. But yeah, it's a sharp edge for sure. And just kind of, as you work, you'll remember, yeah, the last time I had to do this, I did something with like JSON's one, right? Same deal where you have to mess around with buffers sometimes. And that'll kind of just guide you to your exploration. I really only use this for the stuff that I have in my code, because then it'll come up top. Like if I go to where do I have an interface? I have in message broker. I have this interface and I can say, okay, I've implemented this here, right? And you can see that it's not highlighted yellow because this is all within my project. But that doesn't help you if it's not in your project. Without knowing how you'd configured an NVIM, it's hard to give advice on how to do it. Gotcha. I mean, I'm unsure what standard lib sources are, but the Go LSP is pretty easy to set up, I believe. Just don't have any extras going. Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, like the real answer to your question is practice and experience, unfortunately. Like, it is a sharp edge and it sucks, but you'll get there as you continue to write more Go. And it'll get easier to kind of tackle something like that. And the other thing that, like, when you say IO reader, my experience tells me that, can you go to definition on standard library types like the reader interface? I mean, you can go to the definition of the interface. Right here. Which is more or less what the doc string is from, right? It's pretty useless because it's just a direct copy from the docs, yeah. It's also something I never saw in any different language. I mean, yeah. The other thing I would think, so as soon as you say IO reader, IO stuff often runs on bytes. So I would start looking at things like this, and looks like this doesn't have a read, so Just read from, but I know that this isn't quite what I want, right? But you could also start, what does a bytes have for it, you know? But eventually you're just going to Google it. And this doesn't look like it has read either. But trial error in Google is really the answer. And the other clue is that scanner, new scanner, what has to come in here, right? And I look at this and I say, oh, well, a reader has a byte array. So things that have byte arrays are going to be what I want to read from. So that tells me things like the bodies of an HTTP request. I believe they have byte arrays in them. They probably have readers. If I was to do new request method get, yeah, body URL string, and then a body is an IO reader. So that's interesting to me, right? Which means that an HTTP request, the type might have something. A body is a read closer. That's interesting. Get body is a read closer. But that's kind of a different type. Read closer interface has a reader and a closer. Ah, so there's something related to there, you know. So you can kind of like get some hints and some ideas and kind of have an awareness of things that are in that neighborhood. But the answer is just Google. At the end of the day, it's just always going to be the answer, right? If you open the standard lib sources, then do vim lsp buff implementation with the cursor on interface, it will show you. It's a shortcut. Okay. I guess you probably could if you used Vim. Will that only show you locally imported stuff, though? Or, like, what's the... Use Telescope? You know what that is. Don't use Vim. Where was I? I was resizing these. Telescope will search for verbatim or maybe regex, but doesn't tell you which type's implemented interface. You need LSP magic for that? Gotcha. You zoom in up into a point. Fantastic. Zoom out till a point. Just need to fix your sizedness. That's okay. Aside from my scaling being all broken, I'm not terribly upset with that. And it only goes to that far, which is fine. If we were to test keeping it a little bit bigger. For me, it shows me stuff it can find, which I figure includes standard libini packages I imported in my own code. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. If I keep it twice the size, it hangs there at roughly twice the size. Okay, I just need to fix the... Put that back. Sorry if me and him trash your chat a little bit. No, absolutely. The chat is to exist to be nerdy in, right? This is not just Mongoose Writes Code. This is Mongoose and friends hang out and be nerds. That... Let's get our buttons scaling a little better. The first thing we're going to need to fix is the room tiles. We give you a max. Let me tell you to grow. Size X, size Y. But is there a way to detect whether or not you'll fit? The text is what's getting set in here. If I don't do an action button, does that change my styling really, or no? Okay, it does that, which I don't particularly like, but it also doesn't fix that. Okay. Which I'm not surprised by. I would need to be able to detect whether or not the size is too small for the text, but so it'd probably be in button because that's what this is technically under the hood. Corda button. Padding. If there's an icon, we do that. Text. That's just the colors. Shortcut. Where's text? Set text is a thing, isn't it? Or am I confused? Set text, yes. There you are. The margin false. Font size. It's an unselectable. I guess what we could do in here is we can put a styler on our text. Set text. But can't do a styler off of you. Button. It's because you're just that. Okay. What I can do is in this style, I guess. Ooh. Don't want to make. I guess if it's nil or the what did I call you? Size X less than size X is a value. Can I get can't size X is less than, but I can't do this on. Yeah, it's not defined on units.value. If the value is less than EM font size of the element. Let's just say 15 dot value. I don't think that works though, because the value is just a wrapper that has a float and the units. can convert convert units dot dp, or is it unit dp? Float 32 in value. Right. So I need to call value. Not enough arguments to convert. It needs a context. Context is going to be RT. No? Can't? Distro tell you nothing and UVM tells you too much. I feel that way about man pages, right? People are like, well, just use the man page. I don't want to read a novel. I want to know what the friggin' flag is that I want. Okay, so convert takes a context. What the heck is a context in the Cogent world? DPI. Everything about the current context necessary for converting. Where the heck did I get you from then? It was actually one of the things that made you interested in Go. Figured out that you have a lot of appreciation for simplicity. Yeah. No, Neovim isn't simple. I mean, kind of, by comparison. Yeah, coding in Neovim feels simple compared to IDEs. Yeah, I feel that pull myself, but we were just talking about this yesterday. I just the effort to get there stops me. Language before Go was C#, which made me overthink way too much. Yeah, okay, sure. Language hopping a lot. Have not yet found my place in the tech world, so it's a lot of jumping around. I mean, it's good to explore stuff, right? In my experience, the language and standard lib are simple for a given value of simple, but the complexity moves elsewhere. In this case, if you're solving complex problems, then you'll get hit by it in your own code instead. Yes and no. Context. Do I just have a context? Not really. I'm irritated by this. Oh, can I just, am I stupid? Can I just do dot DP? No. because this is for setting. Could do to dots. It takes context too, though. Or I could just say if it's less than 50, let's say, that we do that and just see what that gets us. Okay, it's not terrible. Needs to be a little more aggressive than that. I guess the other thing we can do is maybe set the font size to smaller as we go. They still wind up rectangular, though. Size X, size Y. Did I mess up? X and Y. Right. Ah. I did screw up. They're still. I guess it makes sense. It should be the same, actually, right now. So I screwed up, but it wasn't the cause. We just need to... make sure we call update on this. Maybe that's part of it. Shouldn't be, but I'm a little confused by why it's a rectangular. Unless it's a padding thing. Wonder if it's a padding thing. That would suck. Yeah, same deal there. Cut you down to 50, but the... Border width, border radius. It'd be under button itself. It is, okay. Let's make the padding. Let's override it. Here they've done 10 and 10. We're just going to do 10 all the ways around. There we go. That's better. It's a little wonky there because the contents push it out, but that's fine. We can fix that up. We can do if this is less than let's say it's less than 50, then font size is that how we set it in here? DP14 is the default. Caught you to 7. Half the size. Let's just see if this helps. A little bit. I need to go even smaller though. It's a padding that's pushing us out now. Just to test that theory, let's make it really, really tiny. See. Yeah, it's not. XX. Or should we do size X? Instead. I don't think that's setting it either. Oh, you know why? Took out my update because it wasn't really doing anything when I added it in because we had a different issue. But now that we're doing a change on that specifically. I feel like that's not changing anything. Other thing we can try. Why don't you... Because I could also try... Just make it smaller from the get-go and see if that actually applies correctly. So that would kind of tell me if it's the if or if it's just a flaw in my understanding completely. Okay, so that worked. So why don't you work when I throw you into an if? Resizing font. Oh, that did get fired off. It just didn't. It only fires there. Because I'm dumb, that's why. Put it on the same step where we just eliminated you. Derp. Okay. We could make that more reasonable now. Got some errors in there. It's okay, we'll fix that in a minute. Okay. Yeah, that's all right. I'd actually be able to get away with just doing that, which I would like better, I think. You still get pushed out. Okay. Put you back in. All right, that is decent for that. Let's figure out what's going on here with this error. View grid, not a pointer to map tile widget, instead got a thing. Map tile widget. Map tile widget. Be in here. Why do we get nils in here? Happened there. Roll that back just in case. Going on here. Nothing more. Okay. Why have you gone and become a nil? Well, wherever it's coming from, it's gone away. Must have fixed it along the way. Must have had partially partial change in there somewhere. The next thing we would have to try to fix if we're going to do this route would be to get the connection tiles. Their icons would need to be resized, which I think is doable. When we reset your size, what we need to do set dimensions. Let's run the update. This was mostly driven off of your frame. You get to grow, center all. These are mostly driven off of the parent dimensions, so what gives there? It would be in Where's the stuff that puts the... oh, you've been pulled out. That's right. You live in places like Horizontal Go. This. We have a min set, that's why. We do that. I wonder if just calling the update would fix it. No. It's because I think... connection icon. You get set to the parent with... it's horizontal. The question becomes, easy way to tell. If we go, we zoom out, we go and make, let's say, a nice little new connection here. And we use our sick drag and drop. Yeah, we still don't get it. So it's not like an old stuff being hung onto issue. It just doesn't fit at a fundamental level. But also we style the SVG here based on the parent, which has a min and a max. And it hangs off a W, which is this, which has a min and a max, which is its size X. But nothing updates you. Does it? Go on here. Oh, okay. We select tiles, not that, init. We do put in maker. We insert this. Icon insert. We set the max dimensions. So all we would need to also do that. Guess this has turned into essentially a chat room. I mean, it is in fact a chat room. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You're also welcome to use the Discord for that if you so choose. But, like, you're not being kicked out of chat by any means. Like, I try not to read chats between folks unless, like, it's germane to anything like this, right? Where we can talk about it. But, like, if y'all are chatting between one another, that's perfectly fine. Okay, so that still doesn't set those. Is it because no? Frame init maker. Why don't you have? Oh, is it because you are? You do, okay. Because you're an interface. For funsies. Set max dimensions. Ah. Update. See if that helps. If it will. No. It's annoying. I bet. We need to maybe lift this up here. Ah. Perhaps. We do that. We do that. This, and this all go in here still. Probably that. Ooh, no, because... Yes, that can stay in there as well. You grow. Same thing. Well, that's not true. That one looked a little better. Maybe I'm just losing it. Maybe not. Learn no camel live on a farm. Nice. Oh, that's funny. The other thing I could try is doing this. Tell you to grow as well. But give you a max. Well, that broke things, which is interesting. You're set to grow. It's because, oh, I remember now. It's because it didn't respect the Y. Which I don't understand. It should. If I, just for funsies, take you out, let's say. Would you grow? You would. Okay. Wait, no, sorry. I forgot to fix this. Yeah, you would not grow there. Okay. And that's because there's nothing for it to determine how it should grow, I believe. So we need to set you there specifically. Why am I now getting nils again? Whatever. And that part is working though. I mean, it does resize correctly. It's just the internals that don't. It's like these guys would have to change. if we did we don't constrain you on the Y. Did that, and then told you to grow. We did the same thing here. Oops, wrong line. And then lastly here. Like so. Okay, well you don't center then. You also don't work that way. Okay. Let's back these out. Back to where we were. It's weird. I started seeing those errors again. It's fine for now. They're centered still, but they don't. I wonder if it's these. I wonder if these aren't getting restyled or something. Set dimensions. But we do an update when we set the max. Not sure how I would do this in a different way to fix that, though. I guess I could. Did a similar thing over here, but that was for... Yeah, maker, delete the children, add them. I guess we could try that. Why not? Delete and re-add them? It might not be the correct way to do this, but it'll be an interesting experiment. Oh my gosh, it is. It totally is. Okay. I don't really want to delete them. I would like to just restyle them. What I need to do... That's out of scope there. What if I did... updater for this specifically, let's just say. And it was... that. I bet you these just aren't getting... reset as it comes through. Because it thinks those haven't changed. Which, I mean, kind of, but... Ooh, well, that... Hmm. Interesting. Bet you it's adding multiples. Because this just adds it to itself, to the parent. Where do you live? You live in here. The... How can I do this in a smarter way? I guess I could just return from this an icon. I do that. What if I just didn't put it into the parent? And instead I said add child that. That. And that. Yes. Doesn't resize, but well, it's still not going to redraw these guys. That's not what I want. What if instead of this, if I just tell you to grow, what happens if I do that? Well, then I would have nothing again. It's not actually true. They're just huge. Why don't you know? Oh. Because if I was going to do that, you would need to know your parent ahead of time. And then I would need this. We have the same problem. Things get wonky. I wonder if that's a bug in SVG? In the SVG element? Default states are read only. What if I just did this? Just don't set a size. What happens? Things are still wonky. Y'all are in the same package, so I could for the sake of argument, or science, if you prefer, put this over here. SVG get imported, that's fine. It would help if I brought all of the code over. And then instead of that, I did West arrow frame, tell you to grow. And then this is West icon. And then if I was to do the same thing here, except for you were on the center frame and you were horizontal icon, I would need to do this and this, but that's fine. Oh, the other thing I might... Ooh. These might need to get broken up into... Crap. Okay, that's fine. We can test a couple things here. This goes into east. Like so. Okay. Same difference, but if I put you up here, all of that stays that way. This becomes that. This all becomes this. This. Also that. And I just need to put each of these into... Need to make this down so you should good night properly? Oh, yeah. My focus was over on here. Have yourself a wonderful evening and catch you next time. Enjoy those Z's. Your center... You need to be... this just needs to be W, that's all. Set that up, That. Same deal here. This all just becomes W. If we do this, hopefully, we might even be able to go back to the other method. All right, let's give that a shot. I forgot to change you. So I've been in the stream for 90 minutes now. What are we actually working on right now? We are making the editor for a Mud Engine, the map editor for a Mud Engine's game map. West. This is east because order of operations. Okay, still a little wonky, but there is also the fact that we had this we were trying, which might not be helpful. We might be able to get back to the simpler call to get it to scale correctly. How did you get into the tech world? I've kind of just always been a nerd. I've worked support, came up that way. I've done a little QA. And I just started building stuff. GoMud is our... this is not GoMud. This is a different thing. This is a Mud engine in Go. but I am not GoMud. Okay, so we're still broken. But part of that could be... Actually, let's leave those real quick. Just making a mess as we explore here. If we set them in like that, like we used to. Saw it listed in external libraries? I'm not sure what you mean. Okay, that is closer. It's way closer. Oh, the module name. So initially, that's a good catch. Let me check. Ah. We can call you Mud for now. It's fine. Initially, I named it just, it was a private repo, and I started the project, and I was like, it's a Mud and Go. It's Go Mud. And I've tried to take that all out of there, but apparently I missed one. It will be rebranded. I need to do, because I just did that, it's going to break everything. What did I just, standard user local go, edit bar. It's going to break all my stuff. Let me put that back real quick. And then all of these imports. Fix that up right quick. And then tidy. There we go. Good catch. Okay. The only other thing is it's not really centered. And that's because horizontal. Let's get rid of these. We can go back to this just fine. As long as we do things more correctly, that is. Min x max x. If we do this, hopefully that'll grow. Or not grow, because we can't, but it'll set it to the full size. Not quite, but let's see. Why wouldn't you take the parent height? You've centered everything. But it's like you're not. Framework magic is probably the answer, but... Oh, also, we might... I wonder if they are setting, but they're just not... What if they're not centering the icon inside of them? Just returned to my scanner problem and immediately got annoyed again. God, this would be a great time. I mean, take a break. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ah. Dang it. I was so hopeful that that would fix it. It also doesn't work when it gets tiny. All right. Well, I've been going for a little over 4 hours, just a couple minutes over. But, you know, normally I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing and you swing by tomorrow at this time, minus 4 hours, wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing more of this thing. And I would love to see you. Thanks for everybody who came and hung out and all the great chats we had today. And, you know, if I don't see you, maybe we'll catch you later on. Have a great week anyway, right? So, got a couple people here. Let's see if there's anybody I know online. No, there's not. That's fine. Let's just... Hey, you too. We're going to pick a rando and give them a couple viewers here, a couple lurkers. We'll aim for kind of our same deal, unless everybody runs away, which is always possible. I don't know any of these people. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to pick a rando just in case they're weird. I'm just going to call it here. So y'all have a great